Yippee! It's a stream time. Let's get the music going. And then we can get the stream going. Yes, there we go. Hi. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, Night. Hello, lurkers and VOD watchers. Hope you're all having a very good Choomsday. Very good start to the week. I hope your weekends were good. What did you guys do? Did you do something fun? Did you get some good rest? Did you have something good to eat? Something good to drink? I hope the start of the week has been kind to you. I hope it has been kind. I hope you have been kicking ass and chewing bubblegum. Sunday was nuts. Sunday was nuts. It was a good nuts. But I finally got that bike ride that I had been hoping to do for a while. I got that in. It was a route that I used to do from the old place, but because we moved, it was significantly farther than it was before. So I wanted to see how it would be, with that added distance. And all told, it was right around 38 miles. And that hurt. That was a lot. I think I found my limit. I think I found my current limits. And it was cool to push them. It was cool to see how it would go. But it was a lot. It was a lot to get through. It was very nice, though. Aside from, around, I don't know, mile 30 or so, I was definitely running out of energy. I was just like, oh, I need to finish this now. Hello, Standing. Welcome in. Happy Choomsday. I hope you're having a good one. I hope the week is going well for you. Off to a good start. So yeah, a little worn out from that. I had a thought earlier. So I feel like at some point years ago, M. Night Shyamalan was having just the worst seasonal allergies. Just like itchy eyes, coughing, and just had a feeling of like, oh my god, the trees are trying to kill me. Wait, I have an idea. And that's how he came up with The Happening. I feel like The Happening was just seasonal allergies times 100. I don't know, like, we finally hit some really good warm spring weather, and everything is just like, all right, time for pollen. It's rough out there. It's very sunny, it's very pleasant, but it's also just like all of the plants woke up at the same time. On the bright side, cherry blossoms. Those have been lovely to view. It's kind of weird, just like living in a place where cherry blossoms are just an annual thing. It's like, oh yeah, we just get to do this. It's not some like big event that you have to go somewhere special, but it's just around. They're here. It's nice. It's very pleasant. So yes, very good Sunday. It did end up taking much of the day, but not bad. Still totally worth it. I don't know. I'll probably try and do some light exercising tomorrow just to keep the schedule going, but I don't know. I'm not feeling like doing a lot. I feel like I need to allow a little extra rest time just to fully recuperate. And then, so I got a couple little issues with the opening screen cleaned up. So we're currently on version 3. And there might be a version 4 because I noticed something and I was like, God damn it. But we'll see. I still need to give Mookie the art piece. Whoopsie. I'm always so bad about actually posting stuff. I finally posted the opening screen online. But then I did not. I need to hand over the artwork. I will do that. I promise. The other really interesting thing. So this is really weird to say, but I had like an honestly good time in Star Citizen the other night. It was not bug free. It was not bug free. All right, let's just get that out of the way. There were issues. Nothing that like ended my gameplay experience, like what often happens in the past. Ships are much less explosion prone, which helps a ton. Very happy about that. But I rented basically a small space truck, did a couple of cargo runs, made some good money off of that, and then I was like, you know what? I want to do a little bit of bounty hunting. Before I sign off. And there were a couple of jobs out on the moon Calliope, which is one of the moons of Microtech. And I never go to Calliope. I hate going to Calliope. Every time I've gone to Calliope, it's been a bad time. I swear that moon is cursed. And I kind of want to just like leave it in my personal lore that like, no, Calliope's a cursed moon and we don't go there. But I was like, all right, but there's a couple of jobs there, and I'm kind of curious how it looks and performs now that the game is performing better. So we'll give it a chance. And so I grabbed a bunch of gear. I grabbed 2 of my guns, my 2 favorite guns, and I loaded up on some heavy armor, and I jumped in my shuttle, and I flew out to Calliope. And the first mission was to track down some dude in his ship and blow him up. And I did that nice and easy, no big deal. The second target was located at a bunker, so I needed to land and get into the bunker and take him out on foot. And the bunker has anti-air turrets, so I had to come in low through these little valleys, putting hills and rocks between myself and the turrets. And they brushed me a couple of times, but I was able to get under a kilometer and park the shuttle, get out, huffed it on foot, took out the guys outside, went down the elevator, found the guy, took him, and booked it before his friends could fill me with bullets. I ran back outside, ran over the hill, got back in my ship, and I left. And so that went pretty well. And I was like, all right, one more job. And this is where the bug happened. There's a weird thing with one of the bounty hunting missions where there's like civilians on site, there's the target, and there's other criminal guys. And it's bugged out for whatever reason that if you kill anybody, it counts it as killing a civilian and the contract fails. So, spoiler, I didn't technically finish this job. So I fly over to this other place, and I'm trying to come in low, but there isn't as much cover on the approach for this one. And so the anti-air turrets get a lock on me and start opening up. And so I'm just in this little shuttle. It's a cute little shuttle. I love it, but it's not really made for combat. And so, the turrets get like a couple seconds of fire on me. And I'm trying to, get low enough to put a hill between myself and the turrets, and it doesn't work. And they don't blow me up. The way the game works right now is ships have what's called a soft death and a hard death. So if the HP pool is completely drained, then the ship goes into soft death. It isn't destroyed, but it is all the power gets shut off. Basically, the only thing that works at that point is the doors. And so, at that point, you can, salvage it. You can pull parts off of it. You can go in and extract loot containers from it, whatever. So, I managed to get pretty low, and the turrets put me into soft death, and I crash land on this planet. And, I pull myself out of my chair and check my guns. It's dark. The wind is raging. I'm just like, all right, fuck it. And I just open the hatch and get out, and like, it's not showing me the objective, so I only have my best estimate of like, okay, if I get on top of the ridge, it was like farther down the ridge. So I trek uphill and then just follow the ridge, and sure enough, the bunker is there. And unfortunately, you know, I tried to kill the guards outside, and that's where the mission bugged out, and I failed it, technically. But I still managed to clear out all the guards outside, get downstairs, you know, not shoot the civilians. I didn't shoot any of the non-combatants, but I took out all the other combatants and, you know, sort of technically completed the mission. And because of, they introduced item recovery in this last patch. So anything that you have physically on your person will stay on your person when you die. So if you had stuff in your backpack, in your inventory, that stuff is gone. But anything that was on your person, like armor or any holstered weapons or tools, those stay. So I just completed the mission. I killed all the targets, would-be targets, and then I just suicided and respawned back on Microtech because, you know, my ship was gone. There was no way that I was going to get back. I could call for somebody to come pick me up and put out a service beacon, but, you know, who knows what that would look like. So I just took the simple way out. But aside from that bug, you know, the whole sort of crash landing and navigating in the dark and finding my way over to the bunker, it was honestly really cool. It was honestly a really impressive, like, okay, I guess we're doing this now. So, I don't know, like, it's... I always feel bad because Elite Dangerous is so much more complete of a game. Like, it is a solid experience that runs and is, like, much more solid and there. But I don't know, something about the holistic experience that Star Citizen, even at this level, can provide, and theoretically will, you know, be so much more if and when they start to implement more functionality into the game. It's just like, I don't know, it scratches a strange itch for me. So yeah, I don't know, it was a good experience. I would talk more about the bike ride, but I feel like if I went into any details, I would be doxing myself, and it's just like, would you call it depth? It is depth adjacent. So typically what people are talking about when they're talking about depth in a video game is the amount of ways that you can exercise a system, right? So I'm trying to think of an example of a game with a lot of depth. I'm kind of drawing a blank. So on the counter side of that, right? The complaint that is often levied against Elite Dangerous is that you have a given system, right? Let's just say mining. And it's like, okay, you know, there you go. You want to do mining. There's like 3 different types of mining. You can do surface mining, you know, abrasion mining. You can do, what is it? The drill missile mining. There's a term for it, but depth charge, I guess. And then core extraction. And so, you know, there's sort of different mini games and understandings about how to do that. And understandings like, oh, what do you want to go get? Where is that going to be located? How do you find it? Etc. And then you go out and you do it and you get money. And the money's good. And you can use that to buy bigger and cooler ships that let you do more efficiently. Hello, mage. Happy Choomsday. How you doing? How's the move going? I hope everything is progressing well. We're just talking about game depth. So, yeah, you have this system, and the system is pretty fun to play. It's okay, buddy. You've been working hard at it. It's getting there, I'm sure. And soon it will be done, and you will have a shiny new house to show for it. So you have this whole system, and the system is pretty fun to play. Okay, well maybe go until a little before your back gives out. You don't want your back to actually give out. I think where a lot of the sort of complaint, to use again mining as an example, is there's not a lot of variety in what you do from mining trip to mining trip, right? There's not going to be a lot of like change in how you go about the job, or little ways that you can like learn to perfect your technique. Every mining trip, as long as you're doing the same type of mining, is going to be fairly similar, right? You might have you might go to a different location, you might have a different resource you're focusing on, but by and large it's going to be the same experience. I've been so zealous I might actually have gotten ahead of schedule. See, you've been putting in the work. Has anyone ever tried dissolving throat lozenges to make a throat tea? I don't feel like that would be a good idea, but it might also be strangely effective. So that is an example, I think, of where a game like Elite Dangerous, or even I would argue to some degree something like No Man's Sky, is like very expansive. It's very wide, but it lacks depth, right? The systems are all very sort of they're very sort of flat. There's not a lot of variability, there's not a lot of customization, there's not a lot of ways that you can sort of combine systems and perfect, maximize your performance of them. They're kind of there, right? I guess compared to something like Monster Hunter, I've probably had peppermint tea at some point, but I made one into a toothpick shape and shot out a straw like a duck. I don't think that counts as making a tea. I appreciate the ingenuity. I hope you didn't launch it at anybody. But compare to a game like, say, Monster Hunter, where you have 14 weapons, and each weapon sort of has a given moveset. And you can sit on the training dummy and learn all those moves and get really good at hitting any one of them. But then you have to understand how to use them against a given monster. What kind of timings are you going to have? Do you have opportunities? It's okay, child. Children are mean. Children are cruel creatures. You have the different opportunities. You have the different equipment that you can bring in. You have decorations that you can use to draw out strengths or compensate for weaknesses, right? So the variety of gameplay, right, in Monster Hunter is not super high. Take weapon, find monster, kill monster. Repeat. But then they introduce different types of monsters, which is going to change up how you approach it. Different weapons, like you can have two people play the same weapon and approach it in a very different way, you know, whatever sort of thing they like to focus on, you know, whether one it really likes to go for wound destruction or one, you know, like if, you know, you can have one longsword user who doesn't really do the whole counter thing, guilty, but really likes going for hit combos and wound creation. And you can have one that's just like, I'm gonna counter until the end of time and I'm gonna feel like a fucking god because the monster never touches me. So I think that's a better example of depth, right? Where a game is fairly simple in terms of the variety of things that you can do, but then the number of things that you can do with those given systems has a lot of variety. So, I don't know. In the case of Star Citizen, I wouldn't say there's a ton of depth to any one of the systems right now. I don't feel like going after a given bounty hunting target has a lot that like makes one experience distinct from another. You know, there's a little bit that you can do in terms of like, what ship are you taking? What equipment do you have on the ship? You know, that's going to change it a little bit. But yeah, the general sort of gameplay loop of doing a bounty hunting mission, doing mining, doing cargo hauling, is going to be pretty repetitive. I guess there are some things about it that just make the experience more tactile, I guess. It feels more real, if that makes sense, to do some of these things in Star Citizen compared to doing them in Elite. And some of that might come down to the flight model. Some of it comes down to, you know, sort of having the ship that you're like getting in and out of and having more of a relationship with rather than the ship being your avatar. I feel like that's a big impact. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I do think Elite just runs better. It's a more complete experience. It's less likely to have issues. You have a better sense of what you're gonna get. But I guess it's kind of like Elite is very steady, right? You know what you're gonna get. Here's the package. The highs aren't very high, but the lows are very leveled out or non-existent, right? So it's a moderate to positive experience. Whereas, I don't know, Star Citizen for me can be an awful experience. Like everything can just explode in my face and it sucks and I feel like I wasted a bunch of time. Or it can be very like holistic. No, Elite definitely doesn't try to do as much, and it's funny because if you go back to what David Braben and the dev team were talking about back during the Kickstarter in the early days, they definitely had the plans for doing something more like what Star Citizen is gunning to do, right? There were ideas of planet landing and big game hunting on the planets. They wanted to have more interactable environments. They wanted to have system colonization. And they definitely pared it down to something that they were much more like, okay, we can actually do this, so let's do that. And then, you know, CIG, Chris Roberts and everyone had sort of this initial plan of, we're going to do something much more like much like Freelancer back from the mid-aughts, somewhere in that field. And then as they got more and more funding and introduced more stretch goals, they were like, well, we can do more. And then I think Chris Roberts also kind of just got in his head of like, this is going to be my magnum opus. It's going to have everything that I want it to have. And here we are. I mean, if you think about the amount of time that they have spent just trying to get all of the like planet tech and everything working, and then realize that the original plan for the game didn't have landable planets. It's like, this is why it's taken 12 years. Yeah, they want to have the comprehensive space sim experience. And it turns out it's really hard to make a game that does everything. It's like, with Helldivers has a very like steady gameplay beat, right? I'm gonna get started, but we can keep yapping. You know, it's very predictable what you're gonna do in Helldivers. You pick a mission, you get in your pod, you go down, you blow stuff up, you complete objectives, you get to extraction, you go back up to your ship, you pick another mission, rinse and repeat. I'm not saying this to be like, I'm not saying this like it's a bad thing. Helldivers is stupid fucking fun. But yeah, it's like, we have this spaceship and we're going to all these planets, and the planets provide very interesting environments for all this stuff, but we're never actually using the spaceship. Could we do something with the spaceship other than call stratagems? I mean, technically, yes. On paper, yes. But you're really talking about building another game and then hammering it into that other game. You know, someone was talking about it would be cool if we could pilot Eagle 1, the support fighter that does all the bombing runs and strafing runs for us. And it's like, yeah, it could be, but now you're talking about making a flight sim on top of your third-person shooter. Right? You can't just throw that in arbitrarily. Like, the design of the environments and the maps doesn't support it. The gameplay systems that currently exist don't support it. It's a completely different set of things that you are trying to do compared to your core gameplay intentions. So yeah, generally, I do not recommend trying to do that. You know, to each their own, I suppose, but I would generally advise against trying to tack multiple games together. I'm just gonna do one thing. There we go. Alright. This should give us a good starting point. I'm gonna try one more thing. I know, I lied. No, I don't like it. There we go, okay. And we're off. You know, I have friends that have Repo. I've still not played it. I don't know. It looks silly. It looks mint chip ice cream. Nice. Nice. A fine choice. I don't know. I got Lethal Company years ago. Years ago? God, it wasn't even that long. What am I talking about? But I got Lethal Company. I think I played it twice. I think I got it because people wanted to play it, friends wanted to play it, and I played it. And it was okay. And then we just kind of never played it again. I know some people got really into it, and there were like a bunch of mods and everything. Like, I get the appeal. It's not like it costs a lot of money. I see a repeat happening that I end up buying this game that I play 2 or 3 times, and then I never touch it again. And I'm just not that interested in doing that. Yeah, and I've like watched the clips and everything. It's a funny game, sure. It's just, I don't know. I wonder how the Lethal Company devs are doing. Probably better than they expected to be. I can't imagine that they like had any idea that the game was going to take off the way that it did. But you know, good for them. I just hope they didn't all, you know, go out and like buy sports cars or something. Because yes, they were wildly successful, very impressive, and they should be very proud, but also it's like that's not gonna, you know, last forever. The Bongo Cat Steam app. Is that just like a cookie clicker? Is that new? You were perfection, I was a mess. I like the motion you do. I remember, I think it was the dev for Cow Clicker was incredibly disappointed by how well that app did, by how well that game went. The more you type, the more the Bongo Cat bops. More bops, the more points you get. You can spend point for cosmetics for the Bongo Cat. Okay, so it's a little bit more, I suppose, than a cookie clicker. But not a lot. Well, good for them, I guess. Okay, I think that works pretty well. Then we can just get in here with the... I just want to go ahead and mark out some of the eyelash color, just so we have that on record. There we go. There's one game I've been keeping an eye on for what feels like ages now. I think the original planned date was in 2023, but I think it's like 2 people, so I'm willing to give some slack to them missing deadlines. But it's a game called Falling Frontier. It's a space strategy game, which is very sort of like, I guess you could say it's somewhat inspired by The Expanse. It's got a similar sort of like vibe to the tactics and sense of scale. But it's very focused on like having a smaller number of ships that are very effective and specialized and meaningful, rather than building up, massive swarms of ships and having hundreds of them facing off against each other, like, well, in Sins of the Solar Empire, which, don't get me wrong, I love and I enjoy that quite a bit, but it's operating on a very different scale, I think I saw a little clip of a larger battle, and this looked very big. It felt like a very massive battle where a lot was going on. And I think it was like 8 on 8, 10 on 10, something like that, right? I suppose in some ways it's like, imagine if World of Warships was a strategy game rather than a shooter. I guess that's kind of a good way to look at it. But depending on sort of the angle of approach and broadsides versus firing down long ways, using gas clouds, debris fields, asteroids and whatnot to obscure your approach and get the drop on your opponents. Interesting things like that. So hopefully, I think it is coming along. I think it's still a ways from completion, but hopefully we see something pretty soon. I'd be happy to see that one come to fruition. Okay, shouldn't get too focused on the details, right? We got a lot of work to do before we can start focusing on the details. One other bit of good news. So I started and made pretty good progress on the final piece that I want to do for the summer outfit. There's a few different things, and there's one sort of experimental thing that I want to look into and see if I can get working. So still got to figure that much out. But if I can, whether I can or I can't, all of the outfit pieces are well in progress now. So hopefully we should have everything ready to go with that, for, I'm just gonna say, like, start of June. That's kind of approximately when I want to have the summer outfit ready to go. We'll see how it, you know, how things actually turn out, but that's the intention. I suppose if I wanted to just, like, have some sort of lame technical victory, then I could say I could, like, get the main outfit ready to go for them, and the other parts just get, like, delayed a week or two. But I don't think it'll come to that. I'd be surprised if it did. Go. But bring some sad news. What's wrong, Sonic? Is it about Gura? It is about time for the announcement, isn't it? She actually is. I wasn't sure if it was going to be a full-on graduation. That is sad. Kind of surprising. In some ways it's not surprising, but in some ways it is. I don't know. It's kind of a mixed bag for me. It does kind of make me wonder. So, the streaming scene, you know, definitely had a bubble going. It was only minutes long. Her graduation's May 1st. Damn. Wonder if she's gonna go independent. She did put out that ominous little tweet on her personal account, her personal Twitter, that everyone went, oh shit. So it wouldn't surprise me if she's going to continue streaming, just not as Gura. She fucking went and did it again. Back during her debut, she started off with just a little It was the A heard around the world. And then something like 5 years later, 4.5 years later, she just posts a fish emoji and everyone loses their fucking minds. So I don't know. Streaming has definitely had a bubble, you know, 2020, 21, 22. I think that was kind of the we could even put that into 23, right? I think people really noticed a fall off in 24. And then going into this year, right? It was just The environment is rough. The landscape is rough. I think a lot of people have bowed out. I don't know what's in particular is going on with Hololive, because Niji's problems are famous at this point. Everyone knows what the problem with Niji Sanji is. I think the sort of shocking thing about Gura graduating is it seems like Gura would have the most job security of almost any VTuber. I say that without, you know, knowing what her metrics are or anything. I don't know sort of what the situation with Hololive in general is, but it's definitely not a good look. I mean, as far as like her personal well-being and opportunities in future are concerned, how it looks for Hololive is a non-issue, right? And I wish her all the best. I do hope she's going independent, because I feel like, you know, Doobie went independent, and then I keep wanting to say Mint. I mean, she also did. And Numi? Not Numi. Fuck, what's her name? The Tape Bear. Tape Bear girl. Nightmare Tape Bear. Help me out here. But all of them went independent, and for the most part seem to be doing very well. They seem to be quite happy in their new positions, their new situations. I know Mume's graduation is unfortunately for very different circumstances and doesn't really lend itself to going independent, and I do hope that she is able to recover. You know, in retrospect, I feel kind of bad about some of the stuff that I said when I found out. But yeah, it is surprising for Gura of all streamers to go independent or to graduate. Again, we don't know what her plans are, but again, given that particular tweet, I feel like it's kind of, I feel like there are plans afoot. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. And if she has decided that she's done with streaming and she's going to go do something else, then I hope those things go well for her. Unfortunately, the fact of the matter is streaming is very difficult. And, you know, she has had a very, I would say, successful run of it. But it can also be very tiring. It can be very demanding. And I think especially, I honestly don't know which is more demanding. I feel like it's different types of demand to have, you know, a company with all these expectations and requirements and restrictions, as opposed to being independent and, you know, you're free to do whatever you want, but you're also sort of beholden to figure out what your audience wants and do something that cultivates a strong viewership. So yeah, I'll have to go watch the announcement and see what all she said. We have to act not yourself. Yeah, well, and unfortunately I think a lot of the sort of corpo environment is built very heavily on, you know, the older idol agencies, which yeah is very much driven sort of under the structure of you're almost playing a character. You're not so much like a personality, or you're not so much a person. You are this persona. You are this character that people get to sort of attach themselves to and project themselves on. I'm strong and independent. I do not need corpo trash. Hello, Tenetic. Welcome in. Happy Choomsday. And I didn't say it before, but happy Choomsday, Sonic, aside from the unfortunate news. I hope you are doing well. I hope you are both doing well. We're just shooting the shit and drawing sheepies and having a pretty chill time of it overall. There we go. Yeah, I like how that neck is coming along. We'll keep playing with it, but it's definitely going in the right direction. Just keep sort of bouncing around more generally before we focus in on detail refinement, right? As I've said, I have a great deal of respect for full-time streamers, for people that can make this work as a job, because it is an insane amount of work, and I don't think I do a very good job. I much prefer to have this be a hobby, a side hustle, rather than, you know, my main thing. The only reason I would want this to be my main thing is because then it would let me spend more time on it. I would get to hang out with you guys more, which would be fun. But then we'd also have to like do things to make it more lucrative. And that would not be fun. There's always trade-offs. Do whatever you want to do. Well, thank you, Tisha. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good Choomsday. Welcome in. Unfortunately, that isn't really like how it works. A lot of the time when you're trying to be like a financially solvent professional streamer. Ideally, yes, you can find an audience that wants, you know, that just wants to hang out and does what you want to do and is cool with it, but there's still a lot of work, you know, maintaining the community and maintaining a presence. And people are going to, you know, respond to some things more or better than others. Be stressed, but that be life. Ain't that just the way? Who's the knife character? So this is Cocola. This is Cocola, sweet Coco. Very sweet, very, very kind individual, good friend. She is debuting a new model on Friday. She has her first new model. She's been using version 1 basically since she started, and she's finally debuting version 2. So very excited for that. I love the is dichotomy the right word? The contradictions that is Coco. That, like, her character is demonic and sadistic and occasionally violent, but then, you know, in reality she is very soft-spoken and chill and easygoing and nice to get along with, just generally very friendly. But then she also plays like Hunt Showdown and Helldivers and Monster Hunter, which is just like these very, you know, intense, high action games. Except we'll get like blown up by a, you know, a 500-kilogram bomb, and her entire response will just be, oh. Well, sounds like you need to work on your small arms weapon skills, Tisha. You gotta go level up, get some XP. I think I made this finger a little too long. It's very dramatic, but it's also a little weird. Whatever, we'll figure it out. Would make a witty comeback, cannot. Did I actually win a battle of words with Tisha? Chat, mark down the date. This feels like a major accomplishment. Can I get some kind of trophy? Maybe a tasteful leg and a fishnet? There we go. Okay, I think that's a bit better. Yeah, and then I just kind of... Actually, it's not as off as I thought, perhaps. You get the trophy? Yippee! It's a prestigious award. The winner is you. It's a random thought I had while I was out riding my bike, and it doesn't relate to anything, so I'm sorry for the random tangent off into the middle of nowhere, which thankfully I did not do on my bike. So I was mentioning that Fall of Civilizations podcast. And I finally finished the episode on the Mongols. It took me like a week. But one of the things I was thinking about was, so humans have, I don't even know how many languages in total. Dozens, hundreds of languages. You know, languages have evolved to the point that if you go like 200 years back, you would have a hard time understanding some folks. Well, more than 200, more like 400, but you get my point. And it is weird to me that, you know, you can have the same species. It makes sense, right? That, you know, you have a group of people, they see a tree, and they come up with some combination of sounds, and all kind of just agree that that combination of sounds means that thing, right? It means a tree, it means a dog, it means whatever it means. It's like, okay, fine, yeah, it makes sense. But it is weird to me, it is fascinating that not everyone sort of came to the same conclusions on what meant what, right? Like, there are so many different words for even like basic natural things, right? That everyone would have experienced or understood at some point, right? The sun, the moon, water, trees, dirt, grass, animals. Like, all these different cultures have different words for the same things. And it's just weird to me that's like how much that was inconsistent. You know, it kind of makes sense that, you know, more complex words, more recent words, you start to sort of develop this linguistic history, this etymological history of, you know, well, this is based off of these words, or this language structure, it has these roots. And so, yeah, it's gonna sort of evolve in this way. But the fact that there was so much deviation, I know a lot of languages can trace their origins back to an Indo-Eurasian root. There was sort of a very basic language that permeated much of Eurasia, I think even parts of Africa. But that was many thousands of years ago, and obviously languages have deviated so much since then that, like, even relative neighbors like, you know, French and English cannot simply understand each other, which is so insanely frustrating. I wish I knew more languages. Unfortunately, it takes so long, for me at least. I mean, I think it takes so long for most people to sit down and learn a new language from nothing. And of course, the real hard part is, you know, I think a lot of times when you are learning a language as your second language, right? As your third, you know, not your native, sort of what you're automatically doing is Get ready for the language of the emoji hieroglyphs version 2. I wonder how hieroglyphs actually work. Because they're not kanji, to my understanding. They're not strictly pictographic. Also, apparently, the very frustrating thing about hieroglyphs is that none of the writing systems that the ancient Egyptian cultures used, like the hieroglyphic system, does not record vowels for some fuck all reason. So the only thing that we understand from a written standpoint of Egyptian history is the consonants, which is why there's so much like confusion around pronunciation of stuff. It's like, this is the only part that we actually know or understand. It's like, oh, good, thank you. That's very not helpful. Oh, but yeah, the fact that you're learning a language, and while you're learning it, in most cases, you're sort of running an emulator. In a sense, in a weird computeristic nerd ass sense. Right? You're like, okay, well, this word means this, and this word means this. And here's the grammatical structure, right? You're sort of quickly translating it back into your native language and then figuring out how you want to respond and translating that into the second language, and then you speak it, right? So it's very slow, it's very stuttered, it's awkward, there's grammatical errors, there's mistakes galore because you're not using the language in its sort of native structure, its native understanding. And what I have heard, and honestly what I experience, is when like you start to become much more adept at a language, when you start to dream in it, when you start to internalize the language so thoroughly that your brain just starts to operate in that language without thinking about it. Egyptian writing. Should we include the vowels? Everyone knows. Why would we need to include it? Dating all the way back to 8000 BCE. Yeah, we don't need to write it down. We'll remember it. Some things never change. Oh, so I mentioned on Sunday I did my bike ride, and I posted some photos on the Discord. It was such a beautiful day. It was such a perfect day for it. The traffic was light. The weather was good. It was a little windy going through the valley, but you know, it's what it is. It was fine. It was a very pleasant ride. And I saw it last night. Was it last night? It was last night or Sunday. Connor, Sea Dog VA, the monkey, is doing another charity bike ride with Chris Abroad, and PewDiePie joined him for a couple days of it. And they might have a couple other people join them for some of the legs of the trip. But they are biking from, it looked like somewhere around eastern Hokkaido. They're going all the way down to Tokyo, which by my very rough Google Maps estimate is something like a 1,400 kilometer bike ride. Which I saw that and I was just like, Holy shit, dude. Because 38 miles is like, what? Maybe 65 kilometers? And that was a long bike ride for me. And he's not doing 1,400 non-stop. They're taking a lot of breaks day to day, and they're going to be biking for days. They're probably going to be biking for upwards of like 10 days, but still. Jesus. Very impressive. It's been kind of nice. I've, last day or two, I've just sort of had his stream on in the background, seeing where they're at, how the progress is going. It's been cool. I do miss Japan. I would love to go back. Miyano City. Let's not worry too much about the fine details. Just focus on overall look and feel. Cleaning up a lot of the sort of rough, inconclusive elements of it. Like I was saying at the end of last week, I think we are going to forego game dev this week, and I posted as much in the schedule because I want to make sure that we finish this before the debut on Friday. So we're going to be focusing in. I don't think we're gonna get it done tonight. I feel like it's going pretty well, but it's also just gonna take enough time that we're gonna carry over into Thursday and finish it up there. How big would a bike for a Jupiter Brain be? I mean, it depends on the Jupiter Brain. If they're typically sort of around the size of a moon, I don't know, a few 100 kilometers across for the seat. So pretty big. My ass is fat and my computational speeds are fatter. You wish you were me. They were the size of Jupiter. No, it's a term. It is a term coin, but it is not literally the size of Jupiter. I mean, it's all theoretical construct anyway, as far as humans are concerned. So, it's really however big you can make the structure without it, doing that whole collapsing in on itself thing. Gravity's kind of a bitch. I think that's coming along. Give it time. I keep wanting to cool it off. Let me see if I can. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, good. When they say you will fall, of a different frame of mind is. It's confusing now that the brain was the size of Jupiter. Thought the singular space bear destroyed it. No, no. Also, I'm pretty sure there was no bear involved. I think you're just making fan fiction, T-Shell. I'm gonna find a Wikipedia for myself and it's just gonna be all of T-Shell's theory crafting. We're here and play until somehow we can find a slightly better frame of mind. Daylight comes through. Long ago, there was a great bear. And for a time, this was okay. Until one day, the bear got a real bug up its butt and roared out, "Je suis un bear," and body slammed a planet, and the rest, as they say, is history. What was like? Just one thing led to another. No! You're telling a story. What are the things? Say the things. Don't just brush over that. That's the whole point. Starry nights, sunny days, I always thought that love should be that way. Okay, I'm getting a little focused on the details, but it's okay. It's okay just for getting the size and shape here defined, but we are going to need to back up a little bit. Who's to say where will be tomorrow? Actually, you know what? I do want to change one thing. I'm going to grab this whole sort of sleeve construction that we've got going on. I want to drag it down like that. We'll widen it out just a hair, so that we can have more of the sleeve exposed. Like that. You to say, I think a little emotion goes a long, long way. Right, so it's kind of like sliding down the arm a little bit. Oh, oh, baby, you've been so good to me. Please don't make it what it's not. I knew we agreed on what we need. Mm-hmm. 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 There we go. Maybe I've been like to stay. Remember the best times we had a whale, bam, shang-a-lang in the sun, nothing. There we go. I think that's coming along. Just trying to get the general shape, general position. There we go. Nice. Oh, who's next? Oh, well, sure. And then what's going on here? Shadows will not fall, silently ignored. There we go. Life without a voice, when you can't even say my name. Is the memory gone? Are you feeling numb? You're on call. Actually, here, let's do this, because I think we can just kind of knock this out, right? And then we can just draw through, figure it out how we will. Yeah. You know what I say? You goes this alright. Good. Oh, if you guys are working on something, you should save it right now. It's very important. It is very important that you save. Oh, here's a word they say. What is the shape of this? Okay, so it's 3? Okay, it does change a little bit. This is on my Wikipedia page. I feel like there was a song I was listening to earlier and I wanted to put it on, but I can't remember what it was. Oh. I should have done this first, but whatever. Man, I have too many games I want to play on stream. There's honestly no way that we're gonna get to all of them. My stream backlog is becoming my new Steam backlog. I have backlogs for my backlogs. Yeah, okay, so we thin that out like so. Okay, and then this can kind of go like so. Yeah, there we go. And I do want to take this because she's got some pretty substantial bags under her eyes. I want to make sure we get that detail. Something like that. Maybe not quite that harsh, but definitely that presence. I still didn't do the shadow on the eye here. Thick! Fuck! I do feel like we're making pretty good time on it. I do think this one is a fair bit more complicated than the last one. If only for including the hands, which... didn't really take into consideration, but I know some of the other characters that I want to do, some of the other people and their posing, I want to include hands, so this is not going to be the only instance where we run into that particular time sink. Next on the backlog is stream of logs, down the virtual stream, the digital stage of the old log river. How is there no logging simulator? There has to be a logging simulator, right? Be a lumberjack? Cut down some logs, float them on the river? There's gotta be. Someone must have thought to do that at some point, right? Am I crazy? Rhetorical question. Being a beaver lumberjack. Oh, well, that sounds even better. Was it a damn good game? God damn it. Begrudging applause. There we go. You can add the stronger indentation later, but we're getting the overall shape of it, the overall plane of it feeling pretty good. Yeah. There we go. Let's see, who's next? Ooh. I think the overall shape of the head's pretty good. Now, the one thing that is weird is if we draw through, we see the hair is not connecting to itself anymore. So we gotta sort of bring this around to balance it out. Something more like that. I realize I'm drawing over the knife a lot. It's okay. This is why you typically want to work back to front, right? Speaking of which, all this shit back here that I haven't drawn back to front. So that's on me. That's a me failing. Stay sharp with the focal point. True. Face is feeling a little weird. We'll get there. It's just a little bit off right now. I think part of it is to bring a little bit more shadow in on the sides. Bring some of this. Yeah. There we go. Okay, and then we're gonna bring just a hint of red in here. Try not to let it get too lifeless. There we go. Okay, the mouth still needs a lot of work, but it's okay. There we go, yeah, better. I'm still thinking about maybe doing, I guess the big thing, I'm thinking about, I think I mentioned this last time, possibly doing like some sort of seminar stream. Just like if people had, you know, art questions, I could try to answer them. I think, one, I don't feel remotely qualified to do something like that. To speak as any sort of authority figure on matters artistic. I don't really know what it would be about, or like what the focus would be. right? What would the discussion or the topic or the point be, you know? I think that's kind of a big limiting factor for me as well. I just don't know how much people would be really interested. I'm just going to bring the mouth down a little bit. Admittedly, it looks very strange there. Very strange indeed. So, actually, you know what would be smarter? Just copy the whole thing and make a new layer out of it. There we go. There was someone in one of my old FC Discord that was asking what program I use, and you know, I told them I use Clip Studio, and they said, you know, they were getting back into Photoshop, and they had gotten, I think, a tablet or something, and they were learning how to draw, and they were very excited to get to making stuff. And they were saying, you know, there's so much to learn. And I was like, yep. I hope you enjoy that. Because that doesn't go away. You know, I didn't say all that, but it was just kind of like, yeah, that's kind of the whole thing. That's kind of the whole process. You know, I think with anyone, with anything, you can have different levels of focus and dedication, right? I think a lot of people can and are very casual hobbyist artists that don't necessarily put 100% focus or effort into it and study and improve and work on it every day. It's just kind of something that they do when the mood strikes them, and that's fun. And you know what? That's great. I try not to be gatekeeping when it comes to stuff like art, just because it's not my gate to keep. And it doesn't do myself or anyone any favors to be all elitist about it, you know. Better to be inclusive than supportive. I try to be. I'm not always successful, but I try. Okay, that is feeling better. Something about the face still feels a little bit off. I need to figure out what it is. I think some of it comes down to the shape of the face. Oh, you know what would be a fun song? Do you have... Yes, there it is. Now that I like. That feels pretty good. That's pretty nice. The question is, can we get that general sort of feeling around the rest of the head? Music I pass. Girl, I like the way that you dance when you dance, like the way that you dance when you dance with your pants off. I like the way that you dance when you dance, like the way that you dance when you dance with your pants off. Yeah, something about it still feels a little bit weird. I think a lot of it is in the eyes. I'm not quite feeling those yet. Let me try this. Bring that down, bring that up, bring that up. Better. I think we're just going to take this eye and nudge it over a little bit. Yes, that's much better. I think that just hits much harder. Let's flip it. Good time to flip it. Okay. Okay. So I think this eye is still giving me some trouble. Oh shit, did I merge it already? I did. Whoops. Okay, so now we flip it. So that we can sort of position it like that. Yeah, that feels about right. And then the other thing that I think we're running into is I like the positioning of this ear. I think we can bring this ear up a little bit. This one. I think we can bring this one up a little bit and this one down a little bit. Let me be a man. Take my hand, babe. Won't you understand? Yes, you can, girl. How'd you get so fine? Lose my mind, babe. Right, so this one can come down like that much. We can take some of the corner off there too. And then this one can come up like that. I think between the two of those, that should be pretty good positioning. More or less. Ooh, yeah, you girl. Out on the dance floor. You were shaking those hips and whispering with lips that have my name. Oh, girl, and maybe a man. Yeah, that's closer. We'll reshape the ears a little bit too, but I think that gets us much more like balanced? Question mark. Close to it. I think the rest of it can be cleaned up just by like reshaping the ears a little bit rather than repositioning them. I think the position's pretty good now. Let's get our background back in here, which is a bit easier to see some of our colors on. I was in another stream a couple days ago, day or two ago, and we were watching, or we were discussing the marathon reveal. You know, they had an interesting little cinematic short and some gameplay stuff, and they were talking about it, and I didn't watch the actual like live stream discussion that they did. I just watched the videos. But there were a couple of things. There were two comments that I was just like, you dense motherfucker. So one was an opinion, but it was an L take, and one was just stupid. So the stupid one was someone saying, as a Destiny fan, I'm so glad Marathon is going to be dead on arrival. I was just like, I don't understand the logic behind your statement, but it's bad. It's bad logic. Because Marathon failing is not going to do anything good for Destiny. If Marathon fails, I don't know that there's going to be a Destiny. So yeah, you can really enjoy it and really enjoy that outcome. Fucking idiot. And then the L opinion was someone saying we need fewer... They said we need fewer extraction shooters, which I don't think is actually true. But they also said we need fewer single player games. And I'm like, that's fucking dumb. You know, I didn't start any shit in chat because what good would that accomplish, right? And I'm not going to change this person's mind by arguing with them in a Twitch chat, right? That doesn't accomplish anything. It's not worth the effort. But I was blown away by somebody like genuinely thinking that and willing to put that thought out into the world. But yeah, the streamer did have a good point that so the extraction shooter market is very strange. It seems overly inflated by people, by publishers that are convinced that extraction shooters are the next big thing, which there isn't really any solid evidence for. There is a logical conclusion or a logical jump that can be made that says, yeah, extraction shooters are the next hot shit. But there really isn't evidence to support that opinion, right? It is very much just kind of like, well, people really like first-person shooters, and then they like battle royales. So what if we had battle royales with stakes? That's what an extraction shooter is. So it's like, I see how you're getting to the conclusion, but it's not necessarily correct. However, as the streamer pointed out, even if there's only room for X number of extraction shooters in the market, yes, getting people to adopt new ones is going to be hard, but if someone comes up with a good idea for a new extraction shooter, a new mechanic, new twist on the genre, and then that can prove to be a real game changer, then that's good for the genre as a whole, as opposed to everybody being stuck on the same one forever because it was there first. I think the new Doom game is going to be kind of like that. A couple ways you die, you lose everything you bring. Oh, interesting. So some extraction or survival mechanics. I've not been paying attention to the new Doom game at all. I think at this point I'm just gonna kind of wait and see what they ultimately do with it before I divest much interest into it. Maybe I'm still too scarred by old adaptation games from the 90s and 2000s. So yeah, I do agree with their point that the number, a genre being at saturation or having, well-established popular titles doesn't necessarily mean the market is saturated, it's peaked. No more games, please. You can definitely have new entries into a genre, but you can't do it just by making another one, right? It has to be a yes and addition to the genre. It's an extraction shooter, and it does this. It's a 6v6 hero shooter, and this, right? I mean, I think a big reason that, to some degree, Marvel Rivals was it's a 6v6 hero shooter, and playing support characters is fun. That was kind of all there were a number of things I think Marvel Rivals did right, but the biggest takeaway to me was that they made all of the characters, or all the different roles, fun to play, right? And that was a refreshing breath of air for the genre. I think a lot of the hero shooters had gotten into a point where playing support felt necessary, but it didn't necessarily feel good. I think one of the reasons that Moira in Overwatch was so popular is because you felt like a support that didn't just sit there and heal other people and let them have fun. You could be offensive and disruptive as much as you were helping out your own team. And I think that was really important. To some degree, I think a lot of Overwatch, for some reason, was very squeamish about allowing the support characters to be, viable independently, right? Have offensive capability. And so they kind of kept them in a very pocket role, but then it made it so that I don't know, each of the roles got too pigeonholed, right? So the tanks couldn't really be that offensive. They just kind of had to sit there and absorb damage. The supports couldn't really attack. They had to just sit there and make sure everyone else stayed alive. And then the offensive characters were kind of too squishy to do anything other than coordinated team pushes. I don't know, it got weird. Overwatch got very weird. Marvel Rivals was able to basically just be, hey, you guys remember Overwatch? You want to do that, but a little bit better? And everyone went, yes, please. It's been years. So yeah, I don't know. If Marathon has something interesting, something cool to sort of bring to the genre, bring to the space, then yeah, fucking do it. I really hope they do. I do think with Concord, you know, conversely to Marvel Rivals, like Concord was not a pretty game. Concord did not visually have a lot going for it. In fact, I would say in many cases its visuals kind of played against it. And there's a lot of bad faith arguments back and forth about that, and I'm not going to get into those because those are fucking stupid and I don't want to talk about it. But the visuals direction did not do it a lot of favors. Most of the character designs were entirely forgettable. It didn't really do anything to like establish itself as being something worth caring about. And they might have been able to get away with that if the gameplay was good. But the gameplay was also just incredibly cookie cutter. So at the end of the day, the game just really didn't have anything to establish itself as being like worth paying attention to. Tell me, don't you know that you are hard as fuck on the inside? Everybody knows the best, but then this will be right with time. Tell me, don't you know? Go. Alright. Thank you for hanging out, Tisha. I appreciate it. Glad you liked the work. I hope you get some very good rest. And have a very good midweek. Everyone say goodnight. This is still such a mess. Alright. It's okay. Thank you, autosave. Just going through an awkward phase from 12 to 29. No, everyone feels weird on the inside. Don't you know? Don't you know? Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Just kind of clean this up. Bum bum, winter, winter, your destiny. Only one more. Step on stage and they come alive. No one cares that you're 35. on the centaur. See the nerdy kid inside. But now you finally found your tribe. Okay. It is getting there. Are the eyes still? Yeah. What is this weird? It almost looks like a crack or something. Damn it, don't you know that you're right as fuck on the inside? Now it's time to rock the show. Come on, you always start now. But I've time for you. There we go. Oh, there was a thing. There's a program called Game Glass. I've been thinking about, I don't know, thinking about getting it is maybe a bit strong of a term, but I've been kind of keeping an eye on it. It's sort of like a controller peripheral sort of app. So you can set up like visual displays of, you know, buttons and switches and dials and such on your tablet or your phone, and then it sends that back to your computer as keyboard inputs, right? So you can sort of set it up as like a controller for your various games and whatnot. So if you're playing like a flight sim or something, right, you have sort of digital versions of buttons and whatnot. So, for the most part, one, I have not really looked at getting it because they have, it's a yearly subscription model, which I'm so sick of subscription software, and I don't want to get it. But they've been offering a lifetime pass for, so normally it's $50 a year, and they're offering the lifetime pass for $200 one-time payment, which is still really expensive. It's really expensive for something that I don't know how much use I would get out of it. And considering the price, it's basically saying, like, would I use this for 4 years? Because if I would use it for 4 years, then it would be cheaper than if I bought the annual subscription. But if I don't use it for 4 years, then I've actually blown money that I wouldn't have spent otherwise. I don't know, like, it's intriguing, it's an interesting bit of tech, but it's just so expensive. And at that point, it's like, I feel like I would rather spend the money on, like, motion tracking hardware or something. Something a bit more, I don't know, that's the thing also, is like, part of me really wants to get the motion tracking hardware, even though I know I wouldn't have a lot of use for that. So then I'm really hesitant about spending it. It's like, oh, but you know, $200 for this other program. No, that's good. That's fine. Let's fucking go. It's like, really? I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's a weird little, like, balancing act or some shit. Like, how much is too much and how much is like, making good use of it? I'm sure it would be neat. I'm sure there are some games that I could use it for. I don't know if it would be enough of a use, you know? It's kind of a weird argument to make, but I don't like spending a lot of money on stuff that I don't feel like I'm not gonna, you know, get a substantial use out of. There you go. Okay, so what I do want to see, just as a test, as a proof of concept, if we put see, I don't like that necessarily. I feel like that doesn't get the right feeling across. I feel like leaving the highlights out is more impactful. But maybe what we can do is sort of have a slightly lighter spot, right? So the highlight just isn't as, like, noticeable, but still sort of helps to get the right texture across. Maybe it's that. Something like that, perhaps? Yeah, that's a bit better. I realize this is on separate layers, but I figured just kind of going over all of this on a higher layer's a bit more straightforward. Yeah, okay, and then we can come over here and just kind of do a similar pass on the eyelash, just increase the curve of that a little bit, right, to sort of get that, like, underneath view of that and how it's gonna, how it needs to follow the wrap of the head a bit more. Yes, okay, I'm really starting to feel that better. There we go. There we go. Okay. Who is next? Yeah, I've been using, what is it? Windows 11 at work. If I'm being completely honest, like, I don't hate Windows 11. I don't think it is a terrible operating system. But it's kind of like an entire operating system that feels like the changes that Discord rolled out a couple weeks ago. It's like, they're not big differences, but they are noticeable enough to be at times frustrating. Like, whenever I do notice a difference between Windows 10 and 11, it just feels like a very asinine change that they made for no good reason. It's like everything is just a little out of place. The fonts all feel the wrong size. They changed the design of the start menu again. It's like, you didn't have to do this, you know? You didn't have to do these changes, and you did because someone felt like they had to validate their job. So, honestly, what's really annoying is what would make me happiest with 11 would be to take like an hour or two and figure out how to get it to visually look and feel as much like Windows 10 as possible, and then how to, as permanently as possible, shut off all of the various AI tools and cool features that they implemented with 11. I will acknowledge, I can see that Microsoft sort of feels like they're in a bit of an awkward position because, you know, Apple finds a lot of success and makes a lot of money on selling the Apple ecosystem, right? You got all of these programs, all of this software that is cohesive across all of a user's Apple devices, and you can share data between devices very easily and have unified logins, right? And all of a user's given Apple paraphernalia sort of become like terminals in their little personal, again, ecosystem in a sort of way. And I feel like Microsoft sort of looks at that success and they want it. They want to have a similar thing going on. I don't think they realize how much their users don't look to them to do that, right? Like, I don't use Windows because I like the Windows ecosystem, because I like Windows services or software. I use Windows because Windows is the platform that lets me do the things that I want to do, right? And I think Windows would be very hard to overthrow because they're so embedded. But I think there is a stress point that varies from user to user, where if you make it too difficult to have that relationship with Windows, right, where you're spending more time fighting with Windows to do what you want to do instead of using it to do what you want to do. I think people are gonna jump ship. Again, I don't know that it's gonna be some sort of mass exodus or anything. I think Microsoft and Windows are too entrenched for everyone to just be like, yeah, we're Linux users now. And Linux is not there, right? Linux, I don't think, is at a point of like mass market adoptability where everyone can just immediately switch over and it's fine. Maybe at some point there'll be a branch of Linux that is able to do that, but I don't think it's today. I don't think it's tomorrow. But I think Microsoft needs to stop trying to play Apple's game because they're not going to win it. I think even if they come close to matching Apple point for point, again, that's not what their users want them to do. I don't want more Windows products. I want Windows to serve as a platform for me to do my stuff. But they don't seem to understand that. And I can understand also that approach doesn't necessarily make them money beyond people just buying Windows to get to the part that they want to do. I don't know, if they released a version of 11 without all of the bullshit features and AI and whatever incorporated into it, I might be willing to put up with that. I might be okay with it. Admittedly, I have not really had like Copilot or whatever they call it popping up at work and being like, would you like some help with that or anything. I saw someone today refer to AI as spicy autocomplete, and I thought that was beautiful. I thought that was an apt description. It really is. Okay, I think this is coming along really well. The nose is weird. I don't like the nose. We'll work on the nose. But one thing at a time. I do think the hair is getting very close. We also need to go in and do some correction to the... It's what time? What? What the fuck? I completely lost track. I looked down at my clock and I went, what? Okay, well, that's fine. I wish we could do longer streams on the weekdays. See, I see that, but then the monkey paw curls a finger and I lose my job. It's like, that's not what I meant. Okay, so I do like this. I think we can... Yeah, we can probably leave the hairband where it is in terms of thickness. Release the darkness that within me. And then, yeah, we're just gonna merge these together more because they don't have like a really hard boundary between them. You know, they're not plastic shells or anything, they're just kind of groupings of hair. I like that. That's a good boundary. And then we just kind of round it off. Gotta do some loose hair work, but we'll get to those. Get some more sort of fade away on this part. Okay, yeah. Okay, the mouth is close. It's close. It's not quite where I want it to be, but it's it's in striking distance of the intention. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. There we go. Okay. It's a little scuffy looking, but it's okay. It's extremely solid. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I guess this works. Sounds a little weird. I kind of hate to say it, but Shadowbringers might have been peak Final Fantasy XIV. Okay, let's go ahead and merge everything in because the layers are starting to fight each other. And at that point, keeping them separated is not doing anyone any good, right? I still love that there was one raid fight in Heaven's Word. So many of the harder fights have what's called an enrage mechanic or an enrage timer, right? where if you don't beat a boss by a certain time period, and you know, in a lot of the modern fights, the fight essentially has a choreography, right? It's gonna go, the boss is going to go through this sequence of attacks at this timing, and at the end of all of that, if you have not killed the boss gets bored and pops his enrage mechanic and wipes the entire field and everyone dies. And then you reset and go again. And that's just kind of how 14 operates right now. And it's, I don't know, it's fine. I wish the fights were a little bit more organic, but, you know, it's a style of design that works well for some people, doesn't necessarily work for other people, and that's okay. But that only pertains to the harder level content, you know, extreme fights, savage fights, and ultimate fights. All the normal fights, if you get all the way through the choreography, the boss just loops back to the beginning and continues on. Except for one. There is a raid in Heavensward called Dunskaith. And the first boss just shows up right at the beginning. There's no trash poles, there's no sort of introductory walkway. You're on an airship and the first boss just shows up to fight you, trying to stop you from getting to your destination. And, you know, he does his introductory move, which kills a lot of people because they don't know how to run. But then periodically, he will just cover a portion of the deck in a big black square. And for much of the fight, this square does nothing. It is completely ineffective. But he will periodically cast, I don't think it's Megadeth. It's some manner of doom ability, right? Death, doom, something. I don't remember the exact name. Not important. The important part is if you are standing inside of one of the squares when he completes the cast, you die instantly. And every time he uses this ability, he adds one more square. And I believe the deck gets divided into a 2x5 grid. 2x4 or 2x5. Right? So the first time he does it, it's one square, very easy to avoid. The second time he does it, it's 2 squares. And then it's 3. And then it's 4. So the boss has no timer where he just says, I'm done, and wipes out the entire arena, right? He never does that. But there will get to a point where he casts Megadeth and there is no safe space left to run to. All of the squares have been activated, and the only thing you can do is watch as the entire deck goes up in fire and destruction. And then everybody dies instantly and the fight resets. And that is the only time, to my knowledge, that they have implemented a soft enrage mechanic. To the point that I don't know that they really, like, intended for it to be a thing. I don't know that they really looked at that ability and said, this is going to be a soft enrage. It might have just accidentally turned out that way and they went, oh, huh. Well, that works too, I guess. I don't know. It always struck me as just being like so strangely, wonderfully out of place. Because there have been other bosses since that, you know, incorporated knockback and gravity into their movesets, right? Where you had to be as much aware of your positioning on the arena as the actual damage coming out of the boss. That was a big thing that this guy used. Lots of knockback, lots of getting blasted into empty space and falling to your doom. Lots of getting pulled in and pushed out. But no one else has had a soft enrage like that, where it's just on a comparatively casual fight, the boss will just slowly choke you out of room to maneuver until the only thing you can do is die. I have no idea how it happened specifically on that one. If I ever have the chance to ask, I would be very curious to find out. Of course, it might be one of those things, because Heaven's Word was like 2016? I don't know that the devs that designed those fights are still at the company. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what the Japanese industry is like in terms of turnover. Because the Western industry has a lot of churn. There's a lot of people, you know, that will be part of a project for maybe a couple years, and then either voluntarily or not will move on to other positions. I know traditionally the Japanese industry has been much more sort of focused on you know, sticking with a given company and sort of going the distance with them, but I don't know how it's been in the last like decade or so. I don't know if they've gotten more Western in that regard, or if they are still very like intent on keeping the team together. I like where it's getting. I think the nose is still throwing me off. I think that's definitely still an issue. Maybe a little bit of the shape of the jawline, like right through here, I think is still feeling a little bit not quite correct. Ooh! Closer, but not quite there. Oh my god, we still have this entire fucking hand to deal with. And this hand, really. This one is not doing too good either. Neither is that. Neither is that. Okay. It's fine. I might just save those. Let's focus on the upper body for now. Upper body. The whole thing is upper body. The upper region. I think we can save the hands. Maybe starting on them a little later, but we might just save them for Thursday. we go. I think what I do want to do is pass off the gift, the previous one, tonight, just on her Discord directly. You know, not necessarily do the rounds with it, save that for tomorrow, but I feel bad having not already given it over. I'm so bad at posting stuff. I'm so bad at posting work. At least this one has a deadline, right? I can't delay past Friday. Okay, let's work on the nose, because I've just been kind of skirting around that for a minute, and I don't like where it's at. So we're gonna work on it. We're gonna fix it. There we go. Could you not? There we go. Okay. Let's kind of smooth that out a little bit. Okay, that's starting to get somewhere. And then just give it a little bit more like shape to the nostril, like that, kind of smooth it out a bit. Okay, getting somewhere. Okay, who's next? I think we'll get off the Final Fantasy train for a bit. There we go. That's a bit better. Okay, and then 2. There we go. Okay. So weird looking. I don't like that. Okay, let's do this. We kind of simplified the shape a little bit, right? Make sure that it follows the plane of the face better. Okay, it's getting there. Getting there. Well, that just kind of stopped, didn't it? In the day of thunder, the love yesterday has gone down under. Doesn't help me that I'm not working off of great reference for this. There we go. Okay. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna look for some freaking reference because I am having a time with it. Okay. Yeah. you being like this? Okay. And then yeah, we can kind of pull this down a little bit. Yeah, I think the last part that's really kind of giving me trouble is right here. Right along this angle. If I can just get that to sit nicer, then I think we'll be in a good place. Rise above the mountains. That was too much. Okay, I think the shape is better. It's still not great, but it's better, and I just need to make it a bit bigger. Small noser now, I think, is just too small. Okay, who's next? Oh, this is what I was thinking of. Yes. Thank you, YouTube. How'd you know? I'm feeling you and I'm going to tell you how I feel. Okay, I feel like we're almost there. We just need to a little bit more. Hey, Jack. Thank you for the 34 months. Holy shit. What an incredible number. Thank you, Jim. I really appreciate all the support. Hope you're having a good week so far. How's it going for you? We're trying very hard to figure out how to draw a nose, and you know what? We're slowly getting there. I dare say we almost got it. I don't know why that notification didn't go off. That was weird. Or maybe it did and I was just dumb and I didn't notice it. But in any case, thank you. Is that a stream elements thing? No. Where is that set up? Fuck. So, alrighty, mage. Good work today. Good luck tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you get some really good rest. I hope you have a really good midweek. I'll see you next time. Everyone say goodnight. I'm getting some really bad screen flickering. I don't know why. It's making me nervous. Let's see. There we go. There we go. Okay, cool. I've got the cast shadow of the hair like this really hard boundary. We definitely don't want it to be there long term. Can definitely start to knock that down, especially as we get down towards the end here, right? I swear, sometimes trying to like reconcile anime character designs with more like realistic anatomy can be such a pain in the butt. I feel like we're getting there. It's just sometimes it can be a real wrestling match. Especially the noses. Every time with the fucking noses. I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of it. There we go. Okay, that's looking better. Is that a compromise? Okay, cool. I do like where that's getting to. Honestly, I kind of like the hair passing in front of the knife. I am gonna clean it up, but I think it would be cool to have like a stray hair or something that kind of like loops up and comes over it. That could be a good look. We can try that. We can see what it looks like. I think one other thing is just to reduce the cast shadow intensity underneath the nose slightly. Cool. Got Cold Little Lamb custom Xbox control. Ooh, fancy. I didn't realize they were making that, like making custom controllers for it. That's really cool. Or like, did you... I think this was more of an Xbox One thing where you could like have custom controllers made with different color palettes and such. Is this an official thing or is it a custom job? We believe in. Go, we need some action. It always amazed me how much Cult of the Lamb like figured out streaming integration into a game so much better than like any AAA dev ever figured it out. It was such a natural setup. Not made by Xbox, but collaboration with Mansur. Okay, cool. Sorry, elbow's bothering me a bit. There we go. Let me see if this works. Perfect. I think this is coming along pretty well. Pretty well. We still got a lot to do, but we're making good progress on it. So I'm happy about that, at least. Something about the chin here just feels very flat and strange. I wonder if we can push that a bit more. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll check that out afterwards. Thank you. Okay, yeah, that's a bit better. There, I think just adding that little bit of like detail to the structure of the teeth helps the mouth quite a bit. Without even like having to change the overall shape of it or anything. That's I think I'm overtuning the canine a little bit. Good. What's up, Gregory? Yeah, heard about that. It is sad. It is very sad. I think she did a lot for English VTubers, Western VTubers. She and all of Hollow Myth really like exploded the scene in a huge way back in 2020. I do hope she's going independent. It remains to be seen, but I think certainly if she wanted to, there would be room for it. It is certainly surprising. like I was saying before, of any of the streamers, I figured Gura would be the one that has job security, but I don't know. I don't know what the situation looks like from her perspective, and I wish her all the best in whatever decisions she does make, whatever plans she is undertaking. But yes, it is very surprising. It is very sad. I think, you know, even if she did decide that she wanted to go independent, she was going back to her old persona or even making a new one. You know, there is a love for the character, for Gura as a character rather than for the person. That, yeah, that character is departing, and that is sad. Disagreements with management? Well, that doesn't sound realistic at all. Why would there be disagreements with management? Cough. There we go. And what's that? There's a couple of odds and ends we can clean up here, and I do want to grab a darker tone to sort of put underneath the hair just to differentiate them a little bit, right? I think... Oh, I know what I want to put on next. I'm just checking this really quickly. Ooh, that's a good option for later. Wait, is this like a proper release of it? That's exciting. But here. It is weird to think that it's been like 4.5 years since Hollow Myth debuted. It's been quite a while. I don't know, kind of under that perspective, it's like, oh yeah, I can understand people feeling a need for a change. Especially if the rumors are true. I don't know. Completely believable, but also, you know, I'm not gonna put too much stock in internet rumors just because the internet will come up with whatever it wants to come up with. Maybe this is what actually brought 4chan down. Get some of that under jawline. Let's see if we can't get that feeling quite right. Okay, pretty close. Pretty close. Why do I feel like somewhere there's gonna be like a candlelight vigil for Gura on her graduation day? People love their Oshis. Alrighty, Jack. Have a good brekkie. I hope you have a good Wednesday ahead. Everyone say goodbye. I'm so used to it being like good night. It's like, it's not night though. What do I say instead? I know, right? It's like, it's getting late. It's getting late for the States users. The stateside folks. So yeah, good night makes sense. But it's like, oh yeah, time zones. Damn it. If only the world was flat. Don't start. Don't even. Don't even. Oh, there is another layer. There's another ringlet to it. It's like broken up though. It's not quite as solid as the main one. There we go. Something about it still feels kind of weird. Maybe I should... Oh, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do this. Okay. For the sake of my own freaking sanity and logic, we're gonna do a draw through. Because I need to figure out what the hell's going on with this, with the face. With the shape of the face, position of the mouth, all that. And trying to do it around this knife is just proving to be kind of a pain in the butt. Yeah, something about it's not looking quite good. Yeah, I'm being just a little bit sort of fast and loose on this side for sure. Main thing is more sort of like, is the jawline connecting with the cheek in a good way? Is the shading up here making sense? You never let me hurt again. Yeah. Yeah. She. Yeah. Oh. I'm getting frustrated. Trying to replicate. Excuse me. Pour some more tea real quick. I'm trying to replicate the shape from the other side and it's not working. can cheat it in a second. I'm just trying to get a bit more of this like shape of the lower face and make sure that this is making sense at least. Then I'm gonna sample color really quickly for the lip gloss. All right. Well, that's freaky. I don't know if that actually made it any better. I think it kind of made it worse. That might also indicate that there's something wrong with the like general shape of the mouth a little bit. Here, let's take the opportunity and try and see if we can't do something with that. Okay, so I think overall, like the shape of the face, the lighting of the face is working pretty well. We're just kind of... I think it was worth it to sort of come in and sanity check some of what this was doing, right? Because it was looking a little weird, and we were just kind of doing it based on vibes around the knife rather than sort of knowing what was actually going on. I think it's in an okay spot now. Yeah, we're gonna eventually just put the knife back over the top of it anyway, so getting the, you know, some of those details is like, well, that doesn't matter regardless. But it's worth it to know, right? I think in some ways this actually simplifies things in a nice way because we can just take the knife and kind of do these big strokes over top all of it and not worry about being too destructive. I'm not so bold as Merperoni. I cannot paint on a single layer. I like to have some level of non-destruction. Some ability to walk back things that I don't like. That does look better though. I mean, yeah, there's some scuff in the paint overlay and everything, but once we cover it with the knife, I think it sits pretty well. Okay, I'm feeling better about that. I'm feeling better about where it is sitting overall. Yeah, I think just sort of having the knife, this big overlapping object, be separated just lets us move a little bit more freely around the intersection. Cool. Yeah, we still have a lot that we're gonna need to go through. We gotta clean up the hands. I'm gonna re-exaggerate the finger by a little bit just to get that nice sort of point of contact. Doesn't need to be a ton. Just pushing that up ever so slightly. Good. But yeah, I think I will make the handle of the knife a bit bigger too. But we'll get there. Yeah, I think the hands and the knife and everything will be a really big part of the work on Thursday. So, but you know, I think we got a lot of the big solving done today. We got a lot of the hair and the face figured out, which was a bit of a hurdle. It was a bit of a hurdle. That said, I do think we're going to want to slim this thumb down a little bit. Well, actually, no. I don't think we want to slim the thumb down. I think we want to bring the rest of the hand up to sort of match the presence of it, right? So maybe like a little bit more visible behind there, and then the side of the hand sort of comes out like that, right? And then maybe we would sort of bring the finger out. I don't want to get too into the hand right now, just because that's a whole rabbit hole. But you know, maybe something more like that. Just a little bit of a gap in there. Something like that. And then also bringing out the handle of the knife a bit more. Give it a bit more heft Okay, I think, despite what I said, I think we will need to bring the thumb in a little bit, just because I'm sort of looking at it. It's like it doesn't quite fit in its current position. I think we're gonna need to just slide it over a little. Which is a weird thing to say about a thumb, but it's what it is. It's what we got. Right? So maybe something like that. I'm glad you like it. I appreciate it. Still got a lot that I wanna get going, but it's getting there. I know I said I didn't want to get into the hand too much, and now I'm working on the hand because I have no self-control. But just a couple of quick touch-ups to sort of figure out what the plan is. You were young and the world that made the world sense. And when we're young and we're free, there's no hope in this dream. Let me double check. Okay. Oh, there's like an outer white trim. Interesting. So there's no crease here. There's no seam. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. Remember when we were young, the world made sense. Just where to know, and we were wild, and we were free. Okay, this is making more sense. I think the one sort of downside of a fast prep pass, right, is the prep pass we can sometimes solve a lot of these problems. You know, we give ourselves a good setup so we don't have to do quite as much like what the hell was I thinking later on. Not always though, because sometimes I'll do something in the preparation phases and then we'll get to the paint over and I'll go, what the hell was I thinking? Or I will know what I was thinking, but it doesn't translate well into the painting rendering pass, right? So it didn't really serve that much purpose. I'm just a man of stone. Need you here, break my mold. Trying not to draw too far down, right? We got this nice little border and I want to hold to that. Yeah, trying to get the knife to like clearly read that it's the blade, the edge is pointing towards the viewer a little bit. I think a lot of that'll come down to the handle. I feel that it's too late. All these changes don't say no. See them soon, and there'll be night. Cool. Alright, we're getting there. We are getting there. We are getting there. One little bit at a time. I think at the very least, I don't know, it might not be like perfectly polished and ready by the end of Thursday, but I think it'll be shippable. Such a production mindset. Like, good enough. Send it. That's it. And oh no, let there be light. I don't know. If it were a commission piece, obviously we would take as long as we need to get it done, but it's not. I gotta be sure to flip it around before we wrap up for the night, because if I don't flip it around tonight, I'm definitely gonna forget to. Before we finish up. Here's the poison, only danger. But if my blood bruises high, I need a savior. And you came and killed my bones. You picked me up and brought me home. 'Cause I'll never be alone. Just let Something I hold you down, Father, send your spirit down, come. Shine your light. There we go. Now we're starting to get some of that hair texture that I love. Oh, fuck! We haven't started this at all. God damn it. It's okay. Good. It's a nice gradient, at least. We just need to break it up with some more distinction, some more secondary details. But getting those nice gradients, those nice sort of regional definitions, is always a really good place to start. So just do some of that. All right, I think we got one more song in us, and then we're gonna wrap it up for the night. Okay, and then we're just gonna go like that. And you're gonna go down here and then knock out there. In the dusty corners of my mind. Trying to break your heart, souls who unite can't be torn apart. Cool. Alright, I think that's a good setup for next time at least. Just put it nice and in the middle of the ring. Somehow I got both of them offset to the left a little bit, which is kind of impressive that they're like consistently wrong. I don't know how I did that. Yes, a careful, expertly done fuck up. Masterfully botched. Cool. Okay, I think that looks good. So better than my shoulders. If you're gonna fuck up spectacularly. Okay, I want to try one thing really quickly, just as sort of a flare style thing. Okay, color notch. That's not bad. Curiosity. Okay, so linear light does not work on that one. Don't care for that. Soft light? Ooh, soft light's nice. Yeah, I like that. I think that's the right feel. Let's get that little extra, like, what the fuck. So we'll save that for later, because we've got a lot of painting still to do. But the song is over. I think that's a good stopping point. So we will pick this up on Thursday and wrap it up just in time for the debut. Yes, that is our plan. Okay, let's see. I think we'll put this on and figure out who we can raid. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Let's see who's up and about at this time of night, who is being degenerate. Oh, and everyone say goodbye, YouTube. We're going to close down the YouTube VOD. Okay, let's see who's up, who's here, who's going. What time is it? It's late. That's what time it is. It's late. Go ahead and